Hello. It took me so long to find the cord for my mic. We are back in Coral Island. And oh, so last time the game crashed twice. And so when I did stream, I tried it again and I was able to finish that day. I don't have to redo that day for the third time on stream. And see, I don't think a festival that we'll be seeing to see, but I think the Spooky Festival, I think it's called, will be coming up next. And I don't think I'm gonna be on here long enough for us to see that today. We'll see that next time. Okay, game, what's going on? Okay, there we go. Um, so long I'm not downloading anything now. That was my mistake last time. I was downloading something. Bronze watering can. Now complete. So yes, I did get the watering can too. Dated. Let me. Their forecast. Funny. Nice. I'm sorry it looks happy. But how do I get hearts? Okay, you got there. Let me check the calendar day. No, but it's tomorrow. Yeah, see, I'm not gonna get the spooky fest. Because if anything, I might get to hear. So, all right. Plan. Let's see. Is this? Oh, I can. Okay, that's what I didn't do off stream. Ooh. House fall on Coral Island. A friend of mine, oh, a friend is looking for a black trumpet mushroom and will pay a lot of money for it. There should be plenty growing around the lake. If you have any, please save one for me. See you when I get back. Okay. So I also figured this out because I was looking like, when is my mushroom log gonna give me some of these mushrooms? It doesn't tell you that you have to put a mushroom in there and then it duplicates it. Tell you that. Ooh, we're close to see him going up. Um, did I? That's, oh my god. Reach the savannah. I don't know how. Okay, so I did give Bree the pumpkin. I don't know when I'm gonna get papayas, nightfish. Oh, okay. When I did it by myself, I didn't give the green tea to Paul, so we can do that. To also, oh my gosh. I need to look and see what is that flower that I need for fall. Summer. Oh gosh, all I needed was blueberry for summer. Oh, and the sunflower. Orchid. Okay. So I need to see Sam for an orchid. And really all I need is one. I need green tea. And we need trumpet. And we can go ahead and update that. Let me use these, you know. Two. Yeah, I got two of these because of the way my geodes or whatever it was that I had. What else was I gonna do? Diving. Also mining. I want to upgrade as much as I can. Okay, so I have five. That's silver. I would love for this to be osmium though. I don't have any. Yeah. We could get that to be gold. Even though I don't think I have enough money. 13,000. I doubt it. But I got that. So this, okay, this can go to, I want gold. Let me actually look at something too. I also want to upgrade my barn. Should have had this up already. Okay. 6,000. Oh, we can do that. And I need, oh shoot, no I can't because 40 hardwood. Gotta save the hardwood. But honestly, it's okay. Because I think I found where I can get hardwood. So really I want more gold kelp. So I need glass. Yikes. I need to put this. Oh, that's good. Okay. So gold and even though I do need to get that upgraded as well. I'll keep this stuff in my pocket. I need to go, oh yeah, and I need hay. Raining. They're not gonna wanna come out when it's raining. Yes. Are all of these eggs large? Gosh, thank you. Silver duck egg? What did I... There's some silver hay. One. I really want to get goats. That is how I can finish one of the altars. But everybody first. Yeah, come out here. You can't be sheared, but you guys can. Ooh, large silver. I also want to get my other... Oh, that's what I could do though. I guess I could get a regular barn. Let me put this stuff away that I don't need. Because I do want to get my other cows. Coco. To get the other two. Let me get something. Going. Pickled celery, so. Also, this. Oh, I think I just left those from the day before. 2 taro. That's wonderful. Oh, not dehydrated yet, but that is what I need. Okay. Oh yeah. I'm all over the place. I don't know what I'm trying to do. But Off away too. I do want to go to the Giants. Bug. And there's a bug there. The 2 Heart Palace. That's wonderful. Is there anything to eat? Okay. Upgrade this stuff. Enchant this. Okay. Ant the tool. Mighty hit. Okay. That's fine. Did I get those back? Oh, I was trying to keep them. I also haven't seen the inside of these homes. Let me see Gru's house. Oh, Gru, it's nice. Everything's so wet. Last time Gru fall and hit head. Oh, that's not good. Gru don't remember how to things after stuck for so long. Yeah, we can get you some hot sauce. Oh, this thing fast. Thank Human. Gru. You and Gort. Okay. The rain is here, Gong element. Cows large. If Gyu eats lots of grass, maybe Gyu get large like cows. You need to try that. I don't know how that will work. I like this. It's a good gift. Okay. I like how your English just worked. I like this. Nice. Okay, and let me go over here is the other one. Oh, I like lily pad. It's probably this little guy. Whom I need help with tools? Gong can help. Go to center of village, check the temple. Let me get you this gift. I think Human Gong will take this happy. Very happy Gong can be in village again. I can feel water, water everywhere. Water here, water there, water in the air. So many water. That's true. Okay, I do need to give Chieftain a gift. I mean, I don't need to, but it makes sense, right? Since I'm here. I love. Get you the gift first so I don't forget. To you our thanks, Human. Blessing, many forms that come in. Rain is one of them. That's true. The falling season it is. The season of abundance food. Alright, let me go find a mushroom. Not just for Ben, but so I can duplicate it. And then I will also talk to Thursday. I don't know if they're open. Okay, I might not make it back. Space in my pocket because of all these bugs that I'm seeing. Oh, shoot. Ooh, there's some food. We will be donating that. Oh yeah, I need to see Sam for the orchid. I cannot forget that. So really, really I should go there now. I'll go this way and see if I can find a mushroom on the way. Oops, the chestnut. Mushroom. Mushroom over here. No, there's a bug. No mushroom. Mushroom. Oh, there's new stuff? Got some new things for me? A leprechaun. Now, does that make me lucky to wear it? Like, oh, they got another alien scarecrow. Oh, backpack. I kind of want to get it, but I know that I can't. I remember that. I don't know why I said it. Acted like I'd never seen it before. The chieftain scarecrow. Oh, hi. Senja. People think monster hunting is all about strength and glory. They're wrong. It's about perseverance and a sharp blade. Why am I telling you all this? Roaring fire at night can ward off more than just the cold. Monsters hate the light. Cool beans, cool beans. Now let's go home, drop some stuff off, see if I can grab some things and add some things and grab two things and add two things and take all the glass and make more glass. Oh, the bugs though we want to keep. Yeah, I am packed. Um, okay, so I guess I'm not selling anything right now. Anything? No, it's the fossils. And really, um, okay, but with seeds, I can put them away. I don't know what just moved up there, but cool. Actually, I need those because they're bronze. These I do need to ship. The bugs can go in here. And oh, we can ship the chestnut and see. I'm not gonna ship the chestnut because that's not something I can grow. Yeah, the scavengeable. That's scavengeable too. What do I need to do? Sam. See, I almost forgot. Sam for the orchid. Oh, but through the museum way. I'll get distracted if I go around the other way. Sam, I need you to have an orchid. I gotta plant it today. And I'll plant a couple. Oh. Maybe you're right. I think it really was the blueberry cookies that were bad. Maybe. But I'm not 100% sure. What else do we need? Let's see. Ah, flour and oil. Okay. Um. What, why are you saying, Now that I think about it, I think we made the bad cookies with pineapple. Okay, girl, you need to. Why'd she have two belts on? It wasn't the blueberry cookies that were nasty. Let's use strawberries this time. Are you sure? Because it'd be a really long trip back here if we got the wrong berries. Fine, we'll go with strawberry this time. But if this one is bad, we bake blueberry next time. I really should have written the recipe down. Yes, trust me on this. I'm 50% sure it was blueberry. You're 50% sure? Okay, maybe not 50%. What about 73%? Oh my gosh. Ah, squid. That's how they curse? We're gonna be stuck eating another batch of bad cookies again for the next week, aren't we? Orchid, 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 orchid. Orchid. Okay, so I got 4. And yeah, that's all. Gotta go home. Wish I could stop and say hey, but I can't. I gotta plant these orchids because I'm gonna forget actually. This errands. Pumpkin seeds? I am not gonna give you pumpkin seeds. What do I look like buying pumpkin seeds just to give them? 486 though. How much are pumpkin seeds? Might be worth it. Oh yeah, okay. It's worth it. That's weird though. Like you could have just bought them yourself. 3 pumpkin seeds. Yeah. Okay. Me make sure I have the one in my hand that I want to plant. Already 11:50. I need to go to Liang, but I need to make sure I have what I need. I also need to go to the carpenters. Oh gosh. So much to do, so much to do. Okay. Okay. What can I take with me? Oh, nothing is done, and nothing is done. Okay, let's go see. Well, let me bring the stuff that I know that I need. I needed before. Needed wood. Wood. I think stone. The glass should be done. Oh, Kenny. Hi, friend. Blimey, adventures with thee. What a day, huh? I was just passing by and saw you out here. It's rainy, eh? I love the rain. Oh yeah, same here. In a way, rain is the beginning of all life. After the rain, everything looks so fresh and new. Walking like that. Whoa, whoa, my cow, wait. A few minutes later. Whoa, that was new. I've never had a cow run away from the barn like that. It was probably confused. The rain can do that to animals. Where were we? Two. With me. Yeah. Right. So yeah, let me also go see her. All right. Cool. Come back and get the bug. Dr. Liang. Dr. Jiang. Is it Jiang or Ling? Is it Ling Jiang? Name is. Busy in here. We can process the one fossil. Oh, I didn't have that before, I don't think. Upgrade quality. Oh, great. Oh, but I do have enough coins. I still need more of that. Okay, so 4 more the kelp essence. Take all my money. But that's okay because I'm gonna make more money. Need to get my tool. Oh, food. Bronze watering can. Upgrade tool. Now. Only 3 gold bars. I think I have 3 gold bars. I just didn't bring them with me out. Oh, you know what? 10,000. I don't know. Let me talk to them about what I'm gonna do. The outfit looks amazing. You're a liar. I'm not doing anything special today. It's just another Thursday for me. What about you? The rain makes for some relaxing white noise in the background, don't you think? Yawns. Another time. Raphael and I used to play in the mud in weather like this. We'd get in so much trouble when Mom found out. Good times. You are close to me. The last day of fall is the busiest day for us. That's when Raphael and I put up winter decorations around town. You know, so it looks more festive. Adds a little color to the plain white snow. Alright, let me go get my gold. Because I'm going to upgrade the hay. I need 8. One more. Careful. Oh yeah. Large mayo. Duck mayo. Yeah, and let me find Emma. Oh, and I gotta. Okay. Green tea to Paul. Pumpkin to Emma. Emma's at her house. Okay. But green tea. Oh, I gotta dump some of this stuff. Diving. I'm gonna have enough of that. Green tea and Emma's at her house. I'm gonna go to Raj's coffee shop. And green tea for Paul. Coffee shop is right here, yeah? Yeah. Okay. We close today. 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It must be closed today. But that's fine. Go find Emma. Or actually, since it's 2, we can find Emma. Look, see, 5. Pushing it. I think it's closer if I do that. Oh, the possum. Opossum. Wait, or is it? That would be a Virginia opossum. And this is Southeast Asia, so no, that's not. It said, help me here. It seems like she's feeling much better. Did you hurt that animal? I would never ask that. What happened? I saw her running with a limp. I thought I saw blood on her leg through my window. Thank you for your help. Well, I should head inside. Are you not going to tell me what animal that was? Don't stand in the rain too long, okay? See you later. Okay, bye. So, I realized this is actually closer to the house. 5 by 4. Is this their house? We'll see, I guess. It is, it is, it is, it is, it is. Thank you. With this rain, though, tomorrow there may be more wild fruit than usual around the island. Ooh, wishful thinking on my part. And mine, too. Gotta go home. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Get your garbage. Oh my gosh, what if that stuff isn't... Okay, let me see the what ifs. Be done. Yikes. Oh god. I do this to myself. Okay, well, I don't have to stand there and watch it go around and around. Come get the cheese. Oh, it's not done yet. Okay. This. 430. Nice, nice. 273. Yeah, let's go ahead and sell that. And yeah, we're gonna turn that into some fid. Boy. I'm not gonna get this, am I? Alright, well then you know what? Let me try to, because I really want to find... I wanted to upgrade something. Maybe I can upgrade this, even though I won't have it for tomorrow. So no, I can't do that because that'll be one day less of that. Not that. Mining. Shoot. I could do the silver. What we'll do, because I don't have the money for... I won't have that. Right. I want to make sure I get stuff done, you know? And then I'll be able to hang out with the brothers. Even though I won't be able to make that much money if I hang out with the brothers. But... upgrade tool. Ooh. Yeah, because we don't have 5. And I don't have any osmium bar. Oh, I got it. Upgrade. Okay. Cool, thank you. Awesome. Now let me look at this map. Because there is something extra that wasn't here before. Maybe I'm incorrect, but was all of this here before? I don't think it was. I think it was. I need to go up there because it doesn't look like I can get through there, but I can get through there. I need to explore this. So let me. Oh, I did that because I needed to see the brothers. See if I can hang out with them. I've hung out with him once and hung out with him once. I can hang out with both of them. I'd like for his to go up. And I've only given him one gift. But wait, I've given the. Yeah, I've given him 2 gifts. But I've only given him 1. What is it that you like again? Oh, you like fruit. Oh, I got this for you. You heard me plotting. Give you something. Get it, thanks. You're welcome. Now let's hang out. We're not gonna hang out. Let's go. Oh. I think I already went fishing with him, but I want to do it again because I want to go out there. I suppose a little outing could be nice. That way I'll be close to be able to explore. Let's say, am I not going to start fishing? I, thanks, yeah. Okay. You're welcome, yeah. Your connection with Raphael's growing stronger. Shut up! I caught the fish that I need to give to. I forgot what his name is. And I found some chestnuts. Hold on, there's a whole lot of chestnuts. Okay. Relationship went up, maybe? Jerk quest. Jim, where you at? Oh, you can only do 2. Okay. Claim my reward. Thanks, thanks. I need to get his mushroom and. Okay, but on the map, why is it still. Okay. Well, if I go up here and then keep going. And if I can find a mushroom on the way, that would be even better. Is it here? Oh man. I was holding my breath thinking I could go through there. So, yeah, it's. I don't think I could ever see that before. Why am I not? Okay, let me try something. That's strange looking fish. No. Okay, no. Open, it was open. I think it was. Um, the other way that it looks like. Go in their house and see what's up with them. I never. Go. Oh, let me help. No, you just sit down. Let me serve you to my special egg dish. Adventures with V, perfect timing. Come in, join us. Thanks. Oh, you cooked one for me. I like their table. I might need to have my kitchen look like this. I don't like the wood cabin look everywhere else, but I like it in the kitchen. Starving, I hope. This is not it. Yuck, what's this? What? I'm gonna say, interesting. These are rude. Isn't it? It smelled a bit funny at first. I was really worried to tell you the truth. I thought I used the wrong ingredients. But I'm sure I got the recipe right. I wrote it down. No mention of fish here. Oh. Okay. Wait, what? Was I not supposed to put fish in the batter? Oh, yuck. Oh. With the egg and fish casserole. You're hungry, go cook something. Ran? I sleep so well when it's raining. The tap 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 on my window is strangely comforting. Your chickens can get really sad if you don't feed them. The same goes for cows and other farm animals. I want to give you. Let's see. What do we know about Kenny? Kenny? I think I just got some chestnuts. Does he like pickled fruit? Pickled food, I should say. Is this for me? Thanks. So, does that mean he liked it or not? And he was about it. Nothing out. Ooh. Um, hang out at the ranch. That's what he likes to do. That's right, sweet of you. A little breather would do me a world of good. Yeah. Make some of my money back. That was awesome. You're getting to know Kenny better. Let's go to the mines and get a mushroom. Look for a mushroom first. Bug. This is where Ben. Nothing. Nothing. Okay, that's where I came from. Little did I know. Um, celery. No mushroom. There we go. That's what he wanted to. Go home. Oop. Let me go by the vineyard because they typically have flour. Here, that's another flower. Nothing else. What about your trash? But that's all. Okay. Oh, it's still not done. No idea. It doesn't say that. Oh, Emma, hope the farm is treating you well this time of year. Here's one of my favorite recipes, fish tacos. It's a bit complicated, but I'm sure you'll ace it. Well, thanks, Emma. Oh, I didn't see what. Oh, I keep meaning to do the pterodactyl skull. La 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 la. I guess this is organic material. I don't know if I'm gonna. Well, yeah, I will go to. Makes sense. Even if I only get 3 pieces, I'll sell them. A little bit of money tomorrow. I'm not donating that. Now, if I need it for. I think I do. Whatever, I'm gonna keep it in my. You guys scared me. I thought you were coming to take me away. Goal is to get as much ore as I can. Long one. Okay. Well, we got 8 pieces. There is more ore. I know there's more ore in here. I do also want to battle. Oh man, thought I was gonna get some loot. You want some of this too? Wood? Wood? Oh, some monster loot. There we go. Okay, now this I heard is like the. Yeah, it's like the mommy monster. And if you fight all the babies, then you get a lot of experience. Come on, give me all your babies. Oh, well, that was a bit uneventful. Go down one more level. I don't want to fight you guys, I just want ore. Is there no ore? What kind of level? There we go. Is this where there's no ore? And I'm about to be late. Oh well. If I'm late, I'm gonna sell the 13 pieces. We're gonna call it a day. but at least I'll have all of that. These. And get the cheese. Worth it to get the cheese? I think so. Out of a little bit of energy. Silver. And let me. It does need to be offered. Uh-oh. For $200, that's fine. It's fine, it's okay. Let me pull up my papers. Leave it in air. See what is the. Is it worth it for me to hold on to it? If it's not gonna finish. Oh, I still need the king scallop, right? Oh yeah, I don't have any of those. Oh, you'd get a fish pond. I don't have any of those, so at the same time it might be worth it to give it because there's no plus Emma and Jack. There's no deadline on when to give it to Jim. Okay, we made 2,000. I mean, that little short run was worth 2,000. Can start out early today. I'll get the animals done. I'll water the plants since it's gonna be sunny. And I found out I can get another dog. Get a dog when I upgrade my house. This is gonna be the hardest heart to get. Wait till next. Okay, got something you like. Give him some other can. Ooh. Ah, so I should take advantage of my upgrade. Sure. Oh yeah, these need to be. And these two. Might not have saved my actual time, but saved energy. I'm gonna let them out first. I have room in my pockets. get your eggs. Actually, how I like it better. Quality product. Are you trying to tell me that you don't have milk? Coco, you not have milk. Did I not give them enough food? I mean, Coco might have been hungry. Thanks, Wanye. Oh, I'm sorry, Coco. You eggs. Yeah, I need to get up. That's another thing I can look at. Ranching. Okay, we're getting close. I don't think there's anything else I can do though. Level 6, I'll get, I think, the loom to be able to make. Money. I don't even know if I have enough money. We'll see. Just something that I yeah, and I gotta find but later. Hi Ben. We'll say hi, but we're not gonna hang out right now. Technically, I'm working today. I'm just not in the office. I'm more of a roguish, on the go kind of worker today. You know what I mean? What a farm you've got. I cut through your farm on the way to the cavern and saw how much work you've put in. I have newfound respect for you. Thanks for lying to me. No, that's not true. Let's go here. Let's go there. Hee hee hee. Sorry, I mean to scare you. Don't go, Human. Human can keep secret, yes. Gong wants to play trick on Grog. Come here, come here. Human, hide with Gong. Grog, come here soon. Oh, well, I'll be able to hide. You're much smaller. Oh, you can't see it? he laughing? What's happening? Ah, it's stuck. Ah ha ha. So confused. Gong trick grog. Oh, good trick gong. Can take this off of Grong's hand now? That all? Yes? Please take this off so Grog can work. Okay, Gong, take off. Oh, it's stuck to his. Grog, no fun. What? We'll start from the top. Nice. What our pockets need. Available. Perfect, a geode. I do still need one gem for that offering level. And another geode. I like these rock dump. And another geode. Level. Actually, let me get these boxes. Down. My goal is to get as much osmium ore as I can, and I will rocks on the way to the ore. You got me. type of stuff I'm looking for. Also, make sure opened 3. I'm glad I looked. Go ahead and go up there. Remember that I can get down to level 4. Right now, I can buy the upgrade. Oh, can I though with the money? We'll see. Uh, Gold. Oh, not today. All right, that's fine. What I can do is process these since I'm here. Oh, Brontosaurus skulls, good. That. I don't really have stuff that I want to get rid of. I'm going back to the mine. Doesn't make sense. Do, however, want to go to see the brothers. Okay. I talk to you, don't typically see you working. Yeah, I'm a bit of a tavern regular, you noticed, huh? Could be after work or on the weekend. Whenever I'm feeling it. Good food, great crowd, what else could I ask for, right? Any plans for the weekend? Yeah, make some money. Can't hang out, sorry. Um... This... Woolly bear. Go on over, because we might think I'm able to unlock whatever this is. Oh, where is it? Oh, see, that's why I don't know if it's worth it. But because it's rare fish, I kind of think I should. I'll hold on to it and decide. Wait, really? Is this? Oh, yeah, it's so specific. Ruby diamond or black opal. Okay, so none of them. Okay. At least I looked. Check with the museum. So I don't know if those could be donated. And in that one, I had the 9. Nothing. Just the... I don't know if I'm gonna donate. But we're gonna empty some stuff from our pockets. go back into mine because today is a mine day. What was it? It doesn't matter. Whatever it was, I had missed it. Make sure everything that could be offered was. Oh, and mining. No, I need 5 of those. I'm gonna go ahead and sell that. We'll put that in there. Selling it, but that way my food is just right there. And really, yeah, I want the D. Alright, let's go. To Tavern. See if there's something to take over. Bug. I'll say, where are you going? Clear this. Come back. Go ahead, cause use geodes. And I got some more. Wild seeds are always good. Code. Killed all the creatures. These completely clear to level 5. And after that, do a speed run. Oh man, this is a lot. Cool. Oh, I acted like I could roll through it quickly. Done. What? Oh man. Let me at least clear around you then. Way down. Well, Well, I wasn't planning on clearing this level, but I must to find a way down. I guess so. Okay, there we go. Lots of osmium down here. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of fighting. Gave me a stone? The disrespect. No ore. Need to go on under here so get more stuff to dehydrate. More ore. No more ore. This is really frustrating. But I mean, it is what it is. Go through this. Am I just not seeing the ore? Because this cannot be real life. Huh. Make sure I got it. I'm pretty sure I did. Okay. careful. What did you? I don't remember what you do. Oh yeah. Play the trap and die. I'm not clearing the level. 6. Whoop your butts. One thing of ore. Okay. I don't think I've ever fought this one. Oh, it's getting close to being late. Come on, let me go down one more level. You have a nice amount of geodes. You guys really want me to clear the... Oh. Oh, missed that. Okay, well, that was worth it. I don't have to go down a level. Hmm. I don't think I want to fight. I just want ore. Right, let's go. 64 is a decent amount. Could have been better, could have been. And I didn't even get a geode at the end. Still worth it. So 90. Okay. Need is 3K. Yes, we got the loom. Spring trap and monster scent. Oh, okay. I got up combat level. Good, good. That's what I was hoping for. Okay, I only needed 3K and I got 15. That was well worth it. Say I can make 15. Okay. And I'm mad at myself because I didn't make any bars of any kind. Life upgrade is now available. Oh, and I didn't give him his birthday gift. Oh well. Um, mining. Oh. We do need some bars because I do need to that. So yeah. Diving. I need. Oh, we need more kelp because I need bronze kelp essence. Make silver. Oh, it's gonna be silver. Oh, I didn't even get to sell these. Look how much money I. Duck mayo. Large mayo. And that was what I needed. So, is it. Ooh, combat. Okay. So I did 20% more damage. Dealing critical strike. Double loot. Ooh. Double loot. Because that's really what I've been looking for is loot. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, and we get another one of these. Befriend. Increase the size. Befriend. Yeah. And then this is just allowing me to make it, yes. Oh, yeah. We're gonna need more gold bars. Because I can make 2. Let me look up how long it takes that it matters per se. Where is it? Fish. Boom. Cotton cloth, llama yarn. Mine will be wool cloth. 12 hours. Oh, 3 maximum in. Okay. Okay. I should make two. Let me make the one first, you know? Let me hold my horses. I didn't even have the quartz. Eh. I'm gonna put this there too, just because I don't know what I want to do with it yet. And yeah. Man, I have a lot of these. Okay, yeah, because I need bronze, but I also need gold now. Remember. I'm not gonna remember if I don't put it there. But I also need things that I can pick. Let me water this stuff before I forget. What I really want to make sure I remember is right here. Hmm. Okay, and then here. Just need the one. Okay, now we made sure we got everything. Fill it. And put it back. And I think anything? No. No. Organic. You guys can all come out here. Well, them it's easier for them to come out here and tell who here up. Quality. And put these away. This will go right here. Right here. And yeah, let's just do that since I have the most. I feel like because of all that I have, it just would be stupid to only have the one. Because I'm never gonna be done with what I have. Here it is. I'll make another. All large eggs. These make me so happy. How many? Ooh, we're almost full, and I'm full on Erica. Okay. It's large egg. Come on out. Craft. Another. 3, so get the most out of it. Gold jack egg. Let me check to make sure. Okay, so they must be doing yoga. Oh, it's okay. Antonio's in town. 9, so they're already open. Okay, so what I'm gonna do then is put these. Is that everything? Yes, I'm gonna open those. And I'm gonna put diving away. Happens when you fall. And let me see if I can get enough. Because then I can go ahead and upgrade something anyways, because they're gonna be closed tomorrow. Stuff. One more, I believe. Or it might have been 3. Let me make more glass. I think it takes 3. Okay, I think I got it now. Ah, perfect. Way. Open these, upgrade this, and then go get my scythe and go underwater to get food to be able to hydrate. We can go back in the mine to make more money. Double catch. Oh, let me make sure where I want it. Ooh, ooh. I love the music. Oh, I should. Oh, we got diamond. I did it. That's what I needed. I'm so happy. 8 rose quartz. I don't know if we ever had rose quartz. Purple crystal. Garnet. I have a couple options. Upgrade the tool, yes. I'll be back with wood. How could I forget? But gonna do on the way. I'm so excited. Okay, it is only the diamond. I thought maybe this, but no. Ruby was what it was. Slime of replicate. Sounds gross. No, that is. Duplicate items. Yeah, nice. Get the pink diamond. You get wood. Oh, rose quartz can be donated, okay. Opal is one of my favorites, but number two, okay. So we'll go donate, and I pink diamond. Oh, I didn't put that. And oh, wait. Kind of funny to put a book. And I wonder now that I got that. Oh, I can't craft it. Um, wood. What am I here for? Must be mining? Yeah, I was gonna say it's not worth it, but yeah, it is. And upgrade tools, yeah. Ready tomorrow. Let me see about my friends. I can hang out with Kenny again. I haven't hung out with Millie, I don't think. Gotta hang out with him one more time. Skipping all the talk. Sometimes I come here to get away, but a guy like me really minds company. Come on in. All loves Onyx. Telling me that I need to remember. He's my go-to guy for rare items, but he's out of town. That's just great. Do you know where I can get an Onyx? Oh, because if I get one, I'm giving it to your brother. Huh? I have money. Oh, I got money. Did actually let's do the coffee. Suppose so. It might be a good change of pace. I've ever seen this one. That was a perfect way to spend the day. Thanks for the company. Getting to know Pablo better. Okay, now I need a green tea for Paul, right? Oh. Didn't I already? Oh, this was in that one day that got called. I didn't actually get to finish. This music. The game crashed. Save it. Don't just stand there, farmer. Have a seat. I don't bite. I'm gonna say something different than because I know that was what I'll say that. Don't take this the wrong way. Oh, good to know. I also don't bite, so no need to look so gloomy. I just can't stop thinking about what my dad said about Suki and Alice at the shack that time, that he's proud of them. Is that bad? That your dad's so rude? Yeah, it's bad. I just wish, I mean, I am his kid, not Suki and Alice. He should be proud of me. I know last time I said maybe he just has trouble saying it. Let me do this. I'm sure he is. You must not know my dad very well. That's why I didn't say that last time. It is tiring to always be compared to people. Never enough. I know he did his best with him being a single dad and all. Maybe he was right. Maybe I should have taken over the family business. It's the least I could do, right? It's the last time I chose that. You followed your heart. That's important. I'm gonna say this. I think you should tell him how you feel. You really don't know my dad that well. We don't talk about feelings. But that's not a bad idea. I think I will. Talking about this to you helps me sort out my feelings. Thank you. Next step is clear. He should be the person I talk to about these. The next time he brings it up, I will confront him. I just hope I don't regret it. A 10% movement speed after hanging out with Pablo, affected in a good way? Oh, Theo. I'm not a big fan of fall. I don't hate it. It's alright. Oh. Summer was cool. I caught plenty of tuna. The beach shack was pretty happy. Tuna's good. Turned off. Let me turn it on. And while I'm doing that, let me make sure that the other light is off. Yeah. Alright. Today is a different story. What can I give? Let's see if he likes honey. This is alright, thanks. No. Never mind, because you're going into fish and sips. I can get you later. Green tea. Where's Paul? Oh, he's probably back here. No? No Paul? Okay. Paul's at the beach. Not far. If I can get there. Hoping to see Raj, actually, to be. You talk to her. If you're into mushrooms, there are some black trumpets in spreading near the mayor's house. Linda told me all about it. She's quite the foraging expert. I've heard only certain animals come out in the fall, but I'm no animal expert. Millie probably knows way more than I do. She's got all the facts. I want some matsukatse, actually. Because those are more... They're what I would rather duplicate. That woolly bear thing. Hey Jim, I have something for you, but I don't know if I want to give it to you. That's not. I don't know if I'm gonna be underwater and moth and another woolly moth there. And a fly. Didn't want. Okay. Got one on the ground. Okay. Want your trash? Thanks. And a fig. And we'll go home. The long scenic route. Ooh. Olive wing butterfly. Yep. Oh, I've already caught. So pretty. Tiger, swallowtail. And when we go down, I'd love to say hi to you guys, but I don't have anything. I don't have any other mushroom looking mushroom. You guys open? Wait. Sorry, I don't have any stones. Oh, I'm all up in their bedroom. You see a letter. To my addenda. Take my hands. There is a journey far ahead of us. It's foggy right now, but this letter I promised you, my addenda. Why am I reading their private letters? If we walk together, it will all become clear. Take my hands and I will show you the stars, true love, my heart. We will build our home near the mountain. We will fill it with warm soup, children's laughter, and happy tears. We will grow old together on the front porch, sipping hot tea on a winter afternoon, awaiting a holiday visit from our grandchildren. Be my addenda now and forever. Joko. I hope it wasn't Joko. You guys closed? Yeah, today. Well, hi. I like playing in the forest. It's close to my house and it doesn't get too hot. But I'm not allowed to go there by myself, so I have to wait for Dad to get out of work. Hoping I get stoned. I have to be careful with stuff I find in the forest because some things are dangerous to eat, even to touch. Man, I'm trying to donate some stuff. Ooh. Go donate the. Oh, donate. Drop some stuff off at home. Boom, 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 boom. It'll be for them and him. Oh, while I'm here, let me make big did 26 is it? We don't go for much. Sell them though. And yeah, will be gold bars that I need. Okay. Nope. Diving. Alright, Paul, I'm coming. Oh yeah. I'm gonna sell the bugs today. Here to sell one bug. $200? He's busy. Oh. Saved my life. Thank you so much. I'll always remember this favor. You need anything, please let me know. I will. Since I'm down, checking that. Well, actually, first, before I do that, check my traps down there. Yeah, I see it. Okay, go to the other. Good food to dehydrate. Does not want to. Alright, let me go drop this stuff off because I have a lot of stuff. And then we will come back. But I'm gonna go to the anchor because I want to, one of these days, heal that tree, the coral tree. One of these days. Make some hay. And I realize I should keep silver because if I get that bug duplicate thing, I can duplicate those. Done. Okay. Me doot 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 doot. And keep shells. Where are we gonna need to keep shells? Alright. Yeah. Got any bites? He's a thing. Every time. Make me miss this. Come on, go ahead and stop. Now you want to stop. Oh, seahorse? Oh, I must have already gotten it. Still gotta do two, even though it's gold. Here. Oh, and there. Me go towards the one. clear in front of it so I don't have to come back. Oh, nothing? Okay. Hmm. I think I might need to get out of here. I got the king scallop. So hard to see. Let me actually do it. Found that? Oh, go. Where's the king? Oh, I did offer it. Okay. Hmm. Like this. Pirate coffer. That's good. But why am I not able to? Here? Weird. Okay, well, let me go. That one is starting. It started. I think I saw something that I can catch. Yes, I did. Yikes. Oh, okay. There we go. Time. Definitely has a wider range. them crossing paths. Gosh. This one. Okay. So, where does this go? Where are you getting stuck at? We're just gonna have to not have much energy tomorrow, because I'm here. Shoot. This one gets stuck. Got stuck on something. Oh. That it? Hopefully that's... You already clear? Are you done now? I was gonna say, that's just excessive. All I want is for it to go back this way. So I can follow the octopus looking stuff. Oh. Oh. We want you. Hold on. Can you move slow? You're new. Okay. Let's just drop this here and go on up. Oh man, I didn't make money really today. Do this and um make sure actually. Caught critters. Okay. Want to make sure it doesn't need to be offered. Boy, is it 150? Oh, that was gold. Yeah, there we go. It is what it is. Oh, it wasn't. It was me going back into the. That was me passing out. That was me passing out. I heard the thump. Okay, we made some money. Putting stuff in as we go. That one. Yes, 500. And I gotta remember to go see her to upgrade them even more. And I'll have the wool that I'll be able to sell. Skiing today, at least four. Cut it out. Crashed. Huh. Does it have to do with those traps underwater, I wonder? Wonder if that's what is doing it. Because it crashes on days that. Huh. I want to do that day again. I was looking forward to doing one more day. 2 days. Good day because of that loom. Mm. It's like I want to try to not go underwater, but at the same time, I'm gonna leave, which is counterproductive, but I'm gonna leave the creatures that are in the traps because I notice no matter how many times I reload the day, it's the same two creatures. It's the shrimp and I forget what's in the other one. They're the same, they don't change. And so I wonder if that's what's triggering it to crash and not move that other trap. Because to be completely honest, I haven't heard other people, I haven't seen other people using the traps underwater. Could be what is triggering the crash. And then if I still don't mess with the traps and it still crashes, it's not the case. But you look happy. You look happy. Jeb. Birthday. To first make sure that I have everything. See that. Close today. But what we do want is this. And start that out. Yes, and I was gonna do that too. See, that's another reason why. Because I wanna get that started. Mm. That's it. Ching. I did lowers time to befriend, and with this, I did double loot. Do two of these. Bring guys are so clustered together, I can't. Thanks, Sean. I'm gonna get, there she is. Put them together so that way they'll the same too. Man. Or it could be that Waku scene. That wouldn't make sense, because that would mean that oh, I didn't get the eggs. Oh, double product. those. Still need one more. Check this. Nope. Oh. I like this. If only. Oh, this is something we didn't see. Mom, I found this scroll at the house. It has a drawing of a sparkly flute. Do you know anything about it? Oh, where did you find that? Under my bed? Found it when I was looking for my boots. Must have been there a while because there were a lot of cobwebs. Oh, this old thing? Ew, her face. You used to play with it when you were little. So it isn't real? Scroll is just an old toy? Oh, it's the real deal, alright. I found it a long time ago, but I don't think it'll lead to anything. It's junk. I think it's a puzzle, Mom. I'm gonna try to solve it. Now, if I come home with an enchanted flute, don't be surprised. You just never grow up, do you? Good for you. Where are you gonna start? How do you read this? Okay. To there, Gorb. Find. Let me see what the members need. Free coal. Monsters. Oh. I like it, so whatever theme you want to go with. But the ring. That's nice. And this one, moderate increase in movement while diving. I feel like I should get it. Because today I only need like 1,000, so yeah. Stop anytime, butterfly. Can get ya. Oh my gosh. Butterfly. Okay. Oh. good to go on. But let me eating it extra. Oh, um, West EOS. Three cool. Kira. Kira. Kira, how you all the way over there? But I also need to figure out which ring am I getting rid of. Oh, I already have that one. Huh. Increase range for keep it in my pocket. Taco. Oh, Taco is busy. Taco is doing yoga too. Yeah. My goodness, I would have thought of. Time she changes to a new position. Okay, you know what? I love that you guys are doing that, and I'm barely. We go. We go do what I gotta do over here. Me just standing. Onyx. Isn't that what what's his name loves? Um yeah, it's the black onyx that he loves. Oh, have I found my He donated. Sorry, getting my black onyx. Black opal. Okay. Let me unlike that mushroom. Oh, well, at least we've done some bronze quality fruit. That needs to be... Oh, donated, not offered. Well, did I? I got the slime of replication, right? Now that day. No, I don't have the slime of replication. Had it finished. This time. Okay. That's fine. That much closer to the savannah. Oh, I didn't. It's okay, because once I do this, then I'm done. I didn't get my tool or give the tool taken care of. Oh, irritated because I did that last time. It's okay. Oh, there's Bugaboo. We'll sell that. Trade my tool. There. Now let's go down. I'm just gonna. I think there was a bug here, right? Oh. Look, Dad, they're playing. Now, we don't want to be too noisy, or we might scare them off. And we don't want to do that. No, ma'am. We don't want to do that. Get it, sell it. Oh, hi. $200. I'm gonna do this to get some food. Okay. And there's some food. No. Remember, like, all of this needed to go. You offered. I see it's blocked. I'm coming. Blood belly calm. Already had one. Building open. Oh, what are you? Giant isopod. Ooh, heart. Right now. Doing a whole lot. Thank you. Oh, that is an interesting creature. Stone crab. Okay. Harvest it. So I can dehydrate my food. Mm. Oh, it is night. No, we don't got any bite. I'm pretty sure I already know, but let me. Just making sure. I'm going to. None of us ready? Guess because it is early. That needs to be done. could sit in here. Be worth it. And then I can go in the mines a little bit. Ooh, +3. Oh. I spent 2 hours on my hair today and blew all my hard work away. Oh, so annoying. I like making Harvest Festival content. It's one of the few good things about this town. Okay. I'll get my +3 instead of +2. Get her to 300 and then we're gonna go to the mine. Did I even put stuff in the... I think I did. I don't think I did what I wanted to. Oh, I guess I did. Thing. Tired, I can't think. Fine. I don't even know what that was. I probably... Oh well, we have chestnuts for days. Ugh. Not interested in fighting. Or... Your geodes, of course. They're like bats. Do need some kind of thing. Come on. If I wasn't interested in fossils and geodes, just get a rope. Okay, this not gonna lie. Heck. Cool. See if we can sell some today. And cool. That's worth. I'm late for. I'm gonna keep the mushroom. That's what I needed. Is it this? Get one of these. Now, see if crashes. $900. Still love your duck mayonnaise, but yeah, no. Even the regular wool cloth. Much is okay. That was what, 2 hours? 2 in-game hours? That's cool. I know that's like nothing compared to what I'll eventually be making. But still good. Okay. See, that's why I think it's do with those traps underwater. So, yes, I do want to do this. I did say. As long as it's not, yeah, it's not. It's just today. It's not. Yeah, so I want to do something with the So I have a replication for that. I want to make a replication for that. And then there's one other type of available. And I want to replicate tarot. Actually. Oh, here it is. Okay. So, how do I... Perfect. Perfect. There's two. Need to be some... They can be right next to each other. Okay. Socket. Oh, okay. So it gives you everything that's in there and then you gotta put one. Okay. I just want to have one for each. I feel like that just makes sense. And then needs one. That'll go. I need gold. I have coal. I do, I just don't have it on me. Two. Oh. I don't think I want to do them unless I can see that they're gonna be same. So I'll load those three together. I just don't want the game to mess up. Silver. Oh, and gold. Oh, I also see the cutscene with Waku. Because I also want to make sure that's not what's causing the game to crash. I really don't think that it is. So So when that doesn't cause it to crash, then I'll know. Is she open? I think she might be open. It is open. 8. Alright, let's go to the lab. Yikes. Dude. Hehehe. I'm getting the skulls. Okay. Thanks, Ling. Let me give her some honey. Are you in here? Oh, this is Ling. Saturday is a good day to take off. It's nice. Anyway, I can't work my best if I don't take a break every now and then. You can break open treasure chests if Sunday, so brother. Excuse me, but is my hair messed? Hope not. Oh, he cannot. Thank you. Oh, you said lazy. I thought you said my hair was messy. Oh, don't startle me like that. I'm not being lazy. I'm just taking a short break. I would not call you lazy. This morning I woke up and I just, realized that this island is filled with clean air and nice people. Personally, I'm not big on cut flowers. I prefer to enjoy them growing outside. But what flowers do you like? They don't taste very good. I like working in the field as much as I do in the museum. I'm glad I decided to move here. There are a lot of places to dig. Let me try to get the likely gonna fail. Yeah. Okay. You take this stuff to the museum. It's power walk-in. Wait, I love it. It's beautiful. Move, because I want that to be the cover of the. I really like it. I don't go to the lake or whatever. Places like that are just too quiet for me. You want some flame essence? This gift feels lukewarm to me. Thanks anyway. Alright, Erica. I'll totally lose my mind if I'm left alone with my thoughts for too long. Could you imagine running this town on your own? Mayor Connor is good at it. Frankly, I don't know who would do it if Mayor Connor didn't. Certainly couldn't. Too much responsibility for me. Hello. Come on, drink hot water with leaves in it. Strange. It is strange. Decorations popping up. A little candy cane. Okay. Ooh. Stamina. Let's go. Crazy. It said plus 100, but it gave me 45. Ah, totally see it because of the skull. Goodness. You're still not quite there. Close. Need your heads and tails. And you need part of your tail. Got your head. Oh, you guys need your. And this is a dinosaur. It needs it. And next. Spine. Cool though. Let me go see if Scott's still there. We can hang out. I should do the. Oh, no. Yeah. I didn't even notice the pumpkins. I was so stuck on the ball. Whoa, look at this. Thank you. Hang out. Where do I want to go? Taco. Yeah, let's do coffee break so I can do that cutscene. I'm all fired up and ready to roll out. See if it's the cutscene. Waku. Do my experiment slowly. Hopefully it's not it, but if it is, then at least I know. I could still hang out with Pablo. His cutscene, his hangout got cut out. Had a great time with you. Let's do it again soon. Getting to know Scott better. And is this Waku? Is oh, is here's. Okay, I'm skipping this because this is the third time. Love you, Waku, but just movement speed. I don't. Difference. Okay. Errands. One artichoke. Honey, I am going to get it for you right now because I think I have two. And Malia, how we get two? And I can get all that. Of that. Okay. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Oh, shoot. Shoot. I didn't mean to do all of that. Okay. You just put everything up there. Okay, it wasn't much. This. Okay. And that's for more gold. Get this. Oh, fuck it. Get that anymore. Gross. Need the watering can. Why? For that. Need the watering can. Here it is. Not what we meant to do. Summer. Fall, so we're gonna do it summer. Spring or winter, we're gonna do it winter. Or demanding. The bugs inside just because enough space. This out here and the oh, I gotta put that. Okay. And so today we're putting, well, no, because we'll keep it because I do plan on going in the mine. I have a coffer that can go. Let me go find Sunny. Hi, Macy. How goes the farming? Is it farmy? Worked hard to give Stefan a good life. Once he regrows his claw, though, I'll return him wild. Oh, that's good. Yeah. All right. Fuck, we never talked. Did we? Okay. Points. Something to do. Okay, let's go home the long way to see if Notice. Always forget to go over. Uh, I never go in cutscene. Yes. It's really not a big deal. It probably is, Suki. Just call and ask where they are. No, it's not like they're late. The blankets are supposed to get here today. You need to calm down and let me handle this. I'll call them tomorrow. Well, no, the blankets were supposed to be here by today. I don't know why you don't just call them real quick. At least confirm they did send them. No, Suki, I don't want to bother them yet, especially when they haven't done anything wrong. She says, you caught us at a bad time. Suki and I are waiting for the shipment of blankets, and Suki thinks we should complain. I don't. I don't want to complain. I just want to confirm they've been sent. What do you think? Would you just email them? Know where the blankets are? Said what? Yeah, email them. You're two peas in a pod. All right then. We'll wait till tomorrow. Just email them, Suki. But if they're not here by noon, I'm calling them myself. Hold your beetle. Sorry, didn't mean to. Oh, forget to water. This, that. Who's asleep? Erica. Where's that a chicken? It is. Mayo, mayo. There should be three. Yeah, we're gonna go in the mine. Just go. Hated me. Let's go. Money. The game doesn't. Where did I put my... Huh. Oh, it must be in that... Because I would have gotten these back another time. It's not like we won't be here another time. We mainly want ore, but... And I can also... Any fossils and items too. Getting them regularly. Huh. Maybe there's more ore below. Ore? Good, but... Yikes. Don't. Not hiding ore? Hmm. My last level, no matter what it is. Last level. This. Oh. Alright, so we saw Waku's cutscene today. What causes it to crash? I said I don't think so. Name on a fruit. 9k. Okay, and I was complaining thinking that it wasn't gonna be. Gotta get my number. 13. That's good. Doesn't cry. Okay. Yeah. So it's those traps. Gotta be it. You see now. Gosh, I'm still not even halfway done. Oh gosh. Well, I mean, it is what it is. Okay, Pablo and Theo. I thought Pablo, but yeah. And then Aaliyah, I am, is that her name? Kenny and Scott. Funny because he like hers are harder to get up. Never see Lily. At least I know where to find her. I know where she works. Never go by her house. I need to start. And I just haven't been. Where is Noah? Hey, down there. And Nina, I don't think she. I always see Macy. I just never give her flowers. Figure out more of what she likes and doesn't like. Raj. Sorry, that much. Oh, Charles. Okay, I was gonna say, don't tell. Well, I haven't given him anything he disliked. I know flowers because he's allergic. I kind of feel like I need to give them to him. Start filling this out. Can't walk past without. Come back. Be anybody's birthday. I don't want to read the mail. I'll read. Oh, I'll have more peppers, taro. These trees are coming. Those to grow. 6 more days. I'll have some good eggs. Silver duck egg. Oh yeah. And I'll go to gold. It'll be Tuesday when we go to gold. I gave her the upgrade stuff. That'll be nice. These will be. Alright, well, that is. End it because it is late. I'm tired. Oh, goodness. This was fun. So I'm just gonna leave those traps alone underneath the water. Hopefully then I won't crash anymore. Because we saw Waku's cutscene. And I went underwater, so yeah. Alone. Alright. Well, thank you for hanging out and hope you have a good rest of your night.